Alright, title doesn't lie. This is it. It may take a minute. I don't know how long it'll take me, but I got the sense of approaching the end. And I think it's time. I believe it is the time that we are ending this journey, which is sad because I have enjoyed myself a lot in this game. And I mean a lot. This game has been nothing but laughs. Well, there have been a lot of moments of, what's the word?
A mirror hangs.
There have been some moments of stomach churning realness, but overall, this has been one of the most interesting gaming experiences I've had ever, without any shred of doubt. So what I plan on doing is hopefully wrapping up the Insulindian Phasmid stuff because, excuse me, apparently I still have not wrapped up the books on that. I've only wrapped up the Union thing. There goes the notification. And then after that, it's just tracking down Ruby, getting her, and seeing how it goes from there. But yeah, I've pretty much exhausted all of the dialogue in terms of what I can do with characters. At least to my knowledge. I don't know if I've truly missed I don't know if I got everything, but hell, at the very least, I got a lot of the stuff that you normally expect, or the things that were, you know, wanted. Or at least the stuff I was interested in. Save for some checks that I failed. But overall, yeah, this has been a very great experience of a game. So I'm just going to check this Phasmid traps.
The trap is full. Poor thing.
Check the traps. I can't make that volition check with Lilane. Because there are some checks that I want to see how I succeed with them, but I'm not hopeful about that. I really am not. But yeah, I don't really have much else to level up. I got the amphetamines from Kuno's dad, but I didn't give them to him. There's that backyard wall that I never got to. I'm not doing that because he actually sends his money to his relatives. I don't think I can do that one anymore along with this one. I can't do that one. Yeah, for the most part, the only ones that I plausibly would be able to get back to are Rhetoric opening the cargo container door, a volition check with Classier, but I don't think I can... Can I affect my volition at the moment? No, I think it's about as good as it's gonna get. Actually, something I want to do, especially since this is going to be the final stream, just for old time's sake, equip the horrific necktie. That brings Inland Empire up to 5. And then there was a cell with the empathy check, which was something with the recording device she's using. But yeah, I am like pretty sure, like about 90% sure that I've done all I really can at this moment. I mean, I could probably try some other things to attempt to level myself up, but I mean, there's not really a whole lot else I can do in that matter.
A few locusts. Poor thing.
Yeah, still trudging along.
The trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Most of them poor things.
And Kim still has one photo left in his little camera device, so that's good. But yeah, I don't really have many other checks that I can do. Oh, something that I could do is get Egghead a tape that can match with whatever he's trying to do with the dance club. So we can take care of that. See nothing to interact
Just
with.
dead and dying locusts. And this poor thing.
And nothing new there. Yep, didn't think so. Yeah, I've been checking these traps routinely ever since I told Morel and Lena to go back to their home. And I have not seen any phasmid across my time. I don't know if it was a specific window that I missed or what, but yeah, there's nothing new to that, if any. So what I'm planning on doing is that now I will go to Roy's pawn shop and see if he's got any of those tapes, and then I can give one of them to Egghead, see if any of them are hardcore enough. But yeah, I hope everybody's been doing well hope everyone's been doing well today. I've been good myself. Just kind of sad that my break's gonna be over soon, but it's whatever. I mean, the semester's gonna be done in about a couple weeks anyway, so it's not a huge deal. Was there ever anything back here besides, like, the Real I found? Nothing I can interact with, so... Come to think of it... Oh yeah, that's right! I found a thing here. I never looked here. Or looked deeper here, if it was possible. No, nothing. Yeah, nothing. Okay, then. Well then, let's get a tape from Roy, and then get it to Egghead. And yeah, I've got really nothing else. Joyce even left, because I dealt with the union matter.
Hello, hello. Let me...
All the old boomboxes are there, blinking and waiting to whirl. All but one. Yours.
Oh. I guess I can't... There's no tapes left? Weird. I guess I really... Wow. Really? No tapes left? And I can't really talk to Gaston because Renee is dead, so...
Oh, sorry, officer. What? Yes? Yes.
He finds...
We all got to go.
We are both...
It is what I just don't know anymore. Officer.
That's right. He's not... Yeah, he is not in any mood to talk because, you know, two of his closest friends are not around anymore, so it makes sense. Is there any books or something that I can interact with to help pass the time a little bit?
a small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
What kind of storekeep? What kind of games do you have here?
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography. Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
Do I have friends?
Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
I don't feel as if I have any kids.
Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
So it's a really, really, really graphic World War II sim board game. Got it. What are these Wirral things?
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
She's one of those that doesn't approve of tabletop. Or not, well,
The display
tabletop.
rack. This is entirely, completely you. You have found the right books.
And the Devil Woman. I don't want to buy a Hjelmdahl book. That doesn't sound fun. How about the Dick Mullen thing?
Shelves filled to the brim.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these.
Fuck you teaching me how to be a proper detective. That's not... Wow.
Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
Wow, this bitch really just said like, oh yes, you can certainly read those books and become a much better police officer. And I'm like, fuck off. Oh.
Several maps. The maps look old and fake.
Yeah, those maps. Yeah, the only map I
This
could get
bookstore
was
is
the...
not strictly about.
Alright. I guess we'll just buy a board game. And you know what? I'm going to buy the Wirral board game, just a spider.
A small mount.
If you say so, but you better stay away from those immoral occult rituals.
I bought the Wirral, just a spider.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you...
Okay, nothing new for her. There's the barbell, but that was a physical instrument check, right? Maybe I could try it. I'm just gonna wrap up some of the checks that I weren't able to get earlier. And yeah, nothing really new in here besides the barbell. Now what I want to do, actually, let's interact with this. A high pasternal fantastique populaire board game illustrated with bucolic vistas and featuring odd-looking humanoid creatures. It's the 3rd edition mega setting supplement model and can't be played without the main game. Oh, so it's like a supplement material to Pathfinder. Got it.
Large letters on the front form a title. Wirral. The colorful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas.
Okay,
The cover
bucolic.
art also features odd-looking humanoids. Some short, some taller, some with pointy
Yep,
ears,
it is D&D
others
slash
with
Pathfinder.
ephemeral wings.
Examine the box.
Text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads, 3rd edition, Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel adds, a sword and sorcery adventure board game with new maps and miniatures.
Look at the back.
A blurb on the back reads, tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Escape to Wirral. Leave behind e-solas and nations with their petty squabbles. Discard electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets.
Oh yeah, boring technological widgets like a computer that could find a 2mm hole in the world that caused a near earthquake.
Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Can your band of adventurers save the world?
I'm not sure I can handle all this responsibility.
Man up. This is about having structured fun. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice. In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quest.
What if this could be a clue to their No. I was about to say, what if this could be a clue to their next game? But that's getting a bit, hopeful. I just want to see I just want to know if the devs are going to do anything else. Like, what are they doing after this game? Because I want more of this, man.
You
Open the
pry
box.
open the box. Inside, you find a folded-up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die, and a little plastic figurine.
24-sided? Look at the figurine.
You see a man in ragged clothes, wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm.
Huh, interesting. A communard.
A what?
A communard. One of the leftist revolutionaries in the anti-centennial revolution.
That doesn't sound very Weird-like.
It is not. The communards are not a part of the game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process.
Maybe someone should make a role-playing game set during the revolution.
Good luck finding people who'd want to play as communard.
Take the figure.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you, his face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it.
Look at the booklet.
A quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. Create your own hero, choosing from any of these completely unique and fantastical backgrounds. The options are in order of importance. The Welkin, the Tweog, the humans, the fairy folk, and the pygmies.
So this was the game that Suna and her team were trying to make into like a radio-based tabletop session. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Read about the Welkin.
The Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful, with long flowing hair.
Basically
and pointy
elves.
ears. They're known for being powerful magic users, but can also hold their own in a brawn-driven fight. The Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races. High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a basic Welkin will always do.
Read about the Dwerger?
A grand race of industrious mountain people.
Yeah,
They're
dwarves.
short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals. They're also well versed in the art of combat, where they prefer to use axes and hammers.
Yep, dwarves.
The Tweog also come in a
Tweog.
few different sub-races. Hill Tweog, Shield Tweog, and Dark Tweog.
Read about the humans.
They're just humans. What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats, and jacks of all trades.
Read about the fairy folk.
A very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no sub-races for the fairies.
And the pygmies.
The least popular of the Wirral races, the pygmies, are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking their pipes. There are no sub-races for the pygmies.
So they're the hobbits, or halflings. Look at the map.
A reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads, Lands of Wirral. The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names, in addition to meadows, forests, hills, lakes, and seas, also with odd names. It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. It's not a very helpful map.
Well, I mean, it's basically a fantasy map. Look at the die.
It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar plant motifs. You don't know much about dice, but this one looks pretty damn fancy.
Take the die.
You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side.
Close
A
the
colorful
box.
box with the title Wirral in bold letters. It's a board game. Text underneath the title. With fewer items inside, the box now rattles with less enthusiasm. Only the map and booklet shuffle around, hitting the sides of the box. A colorful box with...
Alright. Well, that's neat. I learned... 3 real. 30 cents. Wow. Wow, these things are just... Wow. Well, what the fuck was I expecting? Of course it wouldn't be that much. Like, I don't know what I was expecting there. Anyway, physical instrument time.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor.
Head
like
hurts,
a dog for
notice
its master.
colors. Physical instrument. That's pain threshold. Let's get my physical instrument shirt on. Reaction speed, perception. Nope, 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 nope. Nah. Suggestion, drama. Nope. No. Come on. Surely I have other physical instrument stuff, right? Rhetoric, composure, logic, drama. Wow, that's literally the only physical instrument thing I've got. All right.
The barbell waits patiently
Better.
on the floor, like a dog for its master.
All right. And... Oh my god! How is it that I've been getting so well with these even rolls?
Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This is a children's game.
Say nothing. Revel in the feeling. Hell yeah.
A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. For a moment, it feels like you're strong enough to succeed at anything you ever set your mind to. Hey, but you're still in a ghost house. What if someone heard this? What if they know you're here?
Good technique.
Well, I did it. I managed to do it, so that's a plus. All right, I did it. I managed to lift the barbell. All right, so there weren't any other books besides the Helmdahl, but I do not want to get the Helmdahl. That sounds like it'd be a very
A
unfun
small
time.
mountain of colorful...
Wonderful choice, sir. A wholesome family game.
Sure, let's just inspect that, because why not? But yeah, it was fun to buy that board game, the Wirral game, just to spite her. Felt good. All right, and suzerainty.
In your hands, you hold a brand new copy of the game, Suzerainty.
Suzerainty.
It's snugly wrapped in a skin of plastic. The cover features a charming illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers loading goods onto a ship, while a richly dressed administrator oversees their work. The exact location and time period are left deliberately vague, but it's clearly meant to represent the economic relationship between the Revacholian suzerainty and its many vassals.
Remove the... Leave it
Good
undisturbed.
thinking. It could be a collectible someday.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I leveled up. Sweet. Well, damn, what do I... How much longer is cleaning out the rooms gonna take? 4 hours or so. I mean, I could put a point try savoir-faire, or I could try empathy. Interfacing suggestion. There's volition. You know what? Let's do volition. I'd actually like to wrap up with Classier about that last bit. When I got lost on her eyes. There. So now my volition's up to 7. On par with my perception. Let's talk to her, and then, I guess probably go ahead and wrap up the story. Because I, honest to God, don't really have anything else I can do besides the Insulindian Phasmid stuff, and I've been checking those traps, like, just all the time. I've been checking those traps every time I near them, so... I'm gonna assume that it's just not able to be done with what I'm doing at this time in terms of my character build. So, yeah. Alright. I think I had a pretty decent chance at the volition check too, but I just got screwed on the RNG. Like, I just got horrifically screwed. And she's my only volition check. Alright. What have you got for me, Classier?
Hello, officer. What lies?
Yes, we demand she be... She nods, then nervously pulls...
Okay.
Wait, can I not?
What?
Her hand trembles. She slowly lights another cigarette. And
Yes, miss. All right.
coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Okay.
She nods, silently.
Yeah? All right.
Oh, I guess I can't... Wait, can I not do it anymore? Did I miss it?
Hello, officer? Sure. The record. So official.
She looks at chipped white polish.
Pretty. Looks like a dried maybell. Why was there a flower on the ruby? She couldn't have left it. She's not...
Okay, I guess I... Damn it, Oh well. I guess I can't do that volition check. Okay then. I guess blowing open the whole, hey, you lied to us deal, just made it not feasible. Okay then. Shame, but okay. And there aren't any other checks that opened after I leveled up besides this one. Again, something I would appreciate if done in the future in like a patch or something is some means of telling like which white checks you're not allowed to even attempt anymore because you either bumbled around too long or just something in the world changing caused it to become unavailable, like Renee dying and you can't do that composure check with him anymore. Oh. I mean, that's my humble opinion, you know.
Yes.
But yeah, I think that's kind of it. Not really any major life-changing things happening here, but that's fine. End of the game we go. I'll check the Phasmid traps one more time before we go into the building, though, just to be certain. And yeah, nothing new. And Everart won't have anything left to say, and yeah, we've wrapped up as much as we can. We just need that phasmid, but we haven't been able to find it, sadly.
The trap is full. Poor thing.
I probably should have asked Morel to lay on a thicker coat of that stuff that he made to attract it. Or maybe that was the wrong method, I don't know. But either way. Yeah, let's go check on the other traps. And I don't think I have any other... Because I failed the check on Andre, and I failed the check on Acel. I made the check of logic with Suna, which I did not expect to do. But besides that, I can't really do anything else about it. I have nothing else to gain experience on because I pretty much have exhausted almost everything. And again, I say almost because I still have a couple loose ends, but they're loose ends that I think can only be done in a different playthrough. And again, I have thought about doing stream series of another playthrough with this, but I'd have the Twitch integration on. And for those that don't know what that is, Twitch integration is essentially like I turn on a button, I turn on an option that the chat can have that allows them to vote on what choices I should choose in the game. As opposed to what I'm doing now, which is just... As opposed to what I'm doing now, which is just me making the decisions. It would be a fun idea to do. Something a little food for thought in the future. But yeah, I think this is kind of it. I'll check the other two traps and then I'll head straight into the Feld building. I still cannot believe I made that Shivers check to find out she was in the building. I would have wasted so much time. But yeah, we have cornered Ruby. She is in this Feld building. We just need to find her.
A few locusts, poor thing.
Yep, few locusts trudge along the walls. Nothing new there. And then, final one.
The trap is filled with poor thing.
And nothing new. Okay. Need to equip my flashlight and my gun. It was here. Alright, let's see if we can do this. Okay. Oh, hey, what's over here? Huh? That was an entryway? What? Oh, this is all new. What's this? Postcard of Martinez 98. The glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. Okay, I wasn't expecting to find a... I thought that would have been blocked off because of a cave-in. What? Stones fall. It's a long way down. The gust of wind, the height feels dizzying. The central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. Okay. Is there anything else I can do up here besides look at those bits? No. Okay then, that was just extra stuff. I didn't think I could even go there, but cool, I found it. I mean, I might have missed something, but I wouldn't know. Okay. Let's see. That was this place of... That was a resting place. The footprints went this way. Then it was this way. Alright. Okay. 2 barrels. A concrete pipe buried in the sand and dust. I mean, I never don't appreciate money.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed.
Whoa!
Aggressive white noise fills your skull.
Jesus!
A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the setting, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your
I guess
head.
epilepsy warning. Holy
But
shit.
her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Says the shadowy figure by the machine.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to meet your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Cover your
No,
ears.
buddy,
Nope.
That's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this.
I should have gotten
It's
some
an
healing before I
entirely
came here.
New type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
You're under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You feel something in your chest. An unnatural pressure. It's
Yeah.
spreading to your left arm. Your jaw.
So I'm guessing this is bad.
Very, very bad. This is the end. Bad.
Try to remain conscious.
All you feel is pain and weakness.
Oh,
you
God.
have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face. Like you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear.
Cop suffers.
Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant
Oh.
of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
Oh. Cool. Alright. Well, in that case, excuse me. Let's, well, I know the traps won't have anything, so how about we just go get ourselves some healing, huh? But yeah, that was a shock. I mean, I guess it shouldn't surprise me too much that Ruby would be prepared, but that was something. But yeah, I've got enough money to at least afford a couple health charges. Guess this is the justification to do an endurance run. But yeah, Ruby seems to be under arrest because she is the instigator of the murder. Because we found out that the guy who was hung was dead before the Hardy Boys hung him. And the reason why he was dead was because he was shot close to the brainstem. Essentially, the bullet that hit him cut his brain off from the rest of his body, so he was immediately dead. So we were trying to figure out, like, okay, well, how did the bullet get into the building? And the other mystery came up of, like, how did Ruby know what to do? She should have been just as shaken to hear, oh, hey, this guy literally just died. But then we found out, hey, Ruby was really into Classier. But Classier didn't feel the same way, and Ruby was threatening to do something if Classier didn't end it with the deceased. So, yeah, kind of easy to see what was going on in that one. All right, let's. Was it Nosafed that was the yellow roses in the window? Those aren't flowers. Those aren't the flowers that were left for Classier.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Who's Saint Baptiste?
Saint Baptiste. You know, the pharmaceuticals company. Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
I mean, it was an easy 2 real, so I might as well. What do the products do?
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Dramamine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is... I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Can you be a little more specific?
No. Sorry. I'm not, like, a doctor or anything.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Dramamine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
I'll just...
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
And a Dramamine.
Okay, here.
There. Alright, that should be enough. Let's head back over to radio. To Ruby. Ruby Radio. And I'll save before I do all that, because this is a lot of walking to do. But yeah, didn't expect to wake up and be over to the Feld building at 8 in the morning and immediately die from having radio waves blasted into my head. I'm kind of curious as to what Kim's stat layouts are. What? I want to see Kim's version of this. I want to see his stat board. He probably has really high composure, because there have been a lot of moments that, you know, it was commented on how he doesn't flinch. Particularly, I still laugh at this one. When the girl who's the daughter of the book seller, she comments about how Harry actually looks quite healthy, even though he is a dude who nearly died, killed himself from drinking, and also just ended up suffering a heart attack and multiple strokes, and just generally not in the best physical and mental shape. And then, as she says, "You actually look quite healthy, officer," it's commented that Kim is like, you see Kim and it's like, he does not flinch. Every muscle in his body is not flinching. But that's probably meaning to imply that he is trying his hardest not to look at her with confusion. Like to be like, what? I think I just need the gun. Because we are dealing with the murder suspect here. Okay, now, let's save. Do I have anything that works for sound? if my perception will do anything. I think that will help, even though it looks really silly that I'm wearing a frog visor. I'm gonna try it, I guess. Do I have any... No, nothing. Alright, let's try this again.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like 1,000 rays.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
I should also lower down the sound effects audio because I can't hear the narration very well. Environment. Would that be weather eye volume? Better. Don't cover your ears.
That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones.
Oh, it's way better. I can actually hear the voices now.
Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
You're under arrest!
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
Kim, help! Kim, help! My brain's on fire! The lieutenant clutches his head as his eyes roll back into his skull.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing
Oh!
is the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
I saw your equations. It's the ULAN. It's the ULAN frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
Look back at Kim.
Right behind you, officer.
His eyes closed, the lieutenant is doubled over. He is still alive and breathing.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world.
So what I'm experiencing right now is the pale concentrated on me. Oh my god. Ow.
At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
Yeah, she is unleashing concentrated pale on me.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
How did you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too, as she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, way beyond.
Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
2, 4, 5, 5, 7, 9, 7.
Okay. So this is what being in the Pale would be like. That was Japanese. Okay, so this is essentially what being in the Pale would be like. This is all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Please, could you just turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
You're looking for a deal on mattress.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
9717.
Wow. This is terrifying. Like, oh.
Damn this.
God damn it.
She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens.
She's carrying a 2-barreled front loader. Remain careful. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move.
Destroy the
That'll
machine.
be it for questions. Bide your time.
How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
She didn't rat you out, by the way. Isabel, the washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
You're desperate, aren't you?
I was. Before I caught you in the Pale Latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Did you shoot Laylee?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
I mean, when I threatened to arrest her, but that would piss her off. Actually, that's what my objective is. Yeah, when I threatened to arrest her, Classier broke. She told me everything.
Oh. Well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Your first guess wasn't entirely off. Your own boys told us you were on the coast. Titus told me. Took some Your own boys told us you were on the coast.
My boys?
Yeah, the ones you poached from Titus, and Titus himself. Ruby boys, formerly the Hardy boys. The ones you poached from Titus.
What is this? I thought Titus and I had a decent collegial relationship. Oh, doesn't even matter. How can they be my boys when they're not even my friends? And those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me a human can opener? It's not personal. I opened them up. Do it by asking questions, and I... Can opener. I want that. I want to make her be scared.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Pfft. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Do it by asking questions. I have some for you.
Like what?
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Why would you say that Laylee was, a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
There's nothing more personal that you had against him? Perhaps his way with women?
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone.
You don't feel sympathy towards mercs? It's hard work.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate him, okay?
I have other questions.
I'm listening.
Do you have an alibi for when Laylee was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Hold on, no one takes a 15-minute leak.
Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
Our investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Play pinball much?
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
There are some mysterious pinball machines in some pretty mysterious rooms in the Whirling.
Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries.
What about elevators? Do you like elevators?
The fuck do elevators have to do with anything?
Do you or don't you?
Not particularly.
Not even quaint, old, rickety ones?
I'm not really into old shit for old shit's sake.
God damn it!
Look, there's a secret way from the ground floor of the Whirling to the roof.
Don't know it. But also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
Well, yeah, no shit.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
You have a gun.
And?
Where'd you get it? I see it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Where'd you get it?
The gun store.
What gun store?
Trigger Happy Jacks.
Really? Trigger? That doesn't sound like the name of a real store.
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
I can't quite tell what kind of gun it is.
A Noctway 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
There's some other evidence I want to ask you about.
Yeah, evidence.
Did you leave any flowers for Classier on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
These weren't just flowers. They were symbols of revolution.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
But Classier was mourning.
I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
Okay, so you didn't leave Maybelle's.
No, I did not.
You're running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
No, he didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
You're a criminal. I can't trust anything you say.
That's your prerogative.
You had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
What's so great about the antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
This is a really eerie effect, having the pail just be blasted at us like this. Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
You liked Classier a lot.
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
Is peeping one of your hobbies?
Wow. Pissing, pinball, and now peeping. I'm just not following your insinuations, Detective.
Classier said you might have used the peephole in her wall to spy on her.
Damn. That girl's pretty, but not that pretty.
Wow.
In fact, no one's pretty enough to waste time skulking about the whirling, drilling holes in walls.
So you haven't been watching Classier through a hole in the wall?
Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable.
Ow! Oh! Are you a girl like her?
What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse.
Jesus, that's not a very nice question. But you want her to be more than just friends.
Oh, so that's where you were going with this.
She said you wanted to run away with her.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Claudia was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Then what happened?
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
No ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
Claudia said you got very angry when she started seeing Laylee. Threatened her.
Yeah. One time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
And despite everything, you helped her by staging the lynching?
Yeah. The girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer.
There are other things I'd like to ask you about.
Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Okay, let's take a step back.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Who killed the merc? What happened? If you didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
What do you mean, La Puta Madre agent?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Tell me what's my name. If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and the funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
Did someone mention a fucked up tie? I call bullshit! You're too crazy to be corrupt!
Thank you, Horrific Necktie. I needed that input.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the take. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
La Puta Madre. I've heard of La Puta Madre. He's dangerous, right?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to know about all this, but I lost my memory recently.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre anyway?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
I don't know. What happened to them?
Sure you do.
Who is
I
it?
bet they're just outside waiting. I guess I'll take my chances.
Who is in this squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
What else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a
Oh dang, did you jump in the hole?
something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying.
Did you jump in the hole? I went into the room and I've cornered Ruby, but she now has a death ray, essentially, that is continuously hammering radio signals to fuck with my brain. So, Combo, the pail, the thing that was mentioned before, how it's essentially like the past all at once, and essentially a fog that disassociates reality whenever something enters it. She's putting a concentration of it in this room right now. So occasionally, when you hear static and numbers and radio signals, that's this device.
That sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Literally. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minnow. We can either take a room here in the Whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
I think I know them. They're in Martinez.
Friction, lock, set.
This.
Don't leave me here. Please leave.
This is essentially what I'm being blasted with.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
Put a point. Oh, wait. Was that? Oh no, that was experience, not a level up. Ah, shit. You know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Her voice trails off into white noise in your head. It feels like an aneurysm approaching.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasya comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Wait, did she also seem high to you?
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
Classier said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit.
So Ruby's doing this intentionally? Yes, because she knew that apparently I was coming, and she wanted to prepare a means of defense because, well, she didn't really have anything else. Like, she was being ratted out on by a bunch of her people, and now that I've cornered her, it's like, okay, well now, like, I have a way to make sure you don't hurt me. And this is what her method is.
She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Seemed to have a plan prepared for when you got there.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone.
Well, she was a white-collar criminal.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Clasia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Showerhead? Resourceful.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think she killed Laylee herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Clausia's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
All right, pain threshold, don't screw me. Yes! Success. Nice.
You did it.
I did
The
it.
compressor lie's broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell.
See them See them fireworks, Kim?
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
What are you doing?
Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes, it is.
It's a medium check.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other
How?
options. You need to give her options.
On occasions, I've had fails on really high checks, but consistently, and I mean consistently, I have been getting successes on these 40s to 50 percentile checks. How? How have I been getting them? Ridiculous. What options?
You know.
Maybe I can talk her out of it?
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
I wish I could just let you go, but I have to follow protocol.
She pulls the trigger before you finish your sentence. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
What did we just do?
Our job. It went really bad. And now we need to clean it up.
She died. How can he be so cold?
Oh, God.
Fuck.
Watching the blood pool in the sand.
Get a hold of yourself. He needs your support now, too.
I failed to talk her down.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
It's our fault.
We are cops. Everything is our fault if we let it be.
Okay, so second choice was not the one. Okay. Nah, if I were in this situation, I'm not doing this anymore.
Okay, you said it. You needed to say it. Now it's been said. We need to clean up.
Yeah, that kind of is the scenario. It's like you don't really mean that you want to quit, but you essentially say like it's just something you say to get it off your chest, you know, because it's like it's the equivalent of screaming into a pillow.
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
Shit. If I reload cooking utensils, she has prepared herself porridge with bananas. Should I reload? I'm debating if I want to reload. If I reload, I'll know what to do to get her to not do that. Separate save files. I do. I have... you know what? This is the... I've counted only 2 times. 2 times that I've ever reloaded saves in this game. The first was to do the forged signature on Evrart. And this will be the second. I'm not...
Suddenly, your entire body
I'm not somebody that
paralyzed.
does,
It's like
I know you can't say it's a...
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in that. No, buddy. That's not going to help. Don't focus on the pain.
Really?
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static.
I'm using a...
The explode blasted from that pale emit.
Saw my equations? You...
Right behind.
A pale light signals are
So,
precise at the up...
She likes telling you about them.
I built it...
And she's...
that's illegal.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, yeah, let's...
So she thinks of you as hunters.
If you've got some...
Then this.
So, yeah, I've been avoiding save scumming because, you know, I want to make this as a clear run experience as possible, but in this case, I want to have a better outcome. See how it goes.
God damn it. Fine.
She's carried well. There's only be careful when you make your move.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been so
Her tone is bitter.
so nice. That's one knife I was.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
No, Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? Oh, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. My boys? What is... Oh...
A dull...
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I?
That did make her forgive them.
Like what?
A strong moral compass. She still wants the
Oh no, wait, the
to
rolls
make
are
peace with
random.
herself.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You think I was plenty of broken people? Yeah, sure.
She didn't hate him.
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys Yeah. Can't do either without... Look, fuck, wow. Now I'm curious. Don't know it. The shot couldn't...
She has a...
That didn't go super well.
And? Sure don't.
A breech load?
No.
This is such a white...
The gun store. Triggered Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to... A knocked away 80 front loader. Yeah. Evidence. I considered her a good friend. What? Oh. So that's a very...
The lieutenant.
Okay, fine. I was into her. I knew that wasn't...
No ill will there.
I'm not following your clever insinuations, Detective. If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or... What the fuck, man? She's everyone's type. She's your type. Are you sure you're not the one who was excited about the peephole?
But yeah, the rolls are random, but if I get the chances high enough, surely I'll be able to get it again.
She's beginning to suspect you've broken into her lorry now.
Nope. For the same reason that she's everyone... Yeah, I was a little worried she'd blow it. Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. Go ahead. It's your...
And mine too, he thinks.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably... The views... It's very powerful. Yes, I'm sure. No. So now I'm leaving Revolution... I never did understand
So how is she
why,
resistant to the
when someone
fog?
dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
How do I put this? It's not so much it's actually summoning the fog, it's summoning the radio frequencies in the fog. Imagine weaponizing radio chatter. That's essentially what she's doing. This is like what you hear in the fog. This is what you hear in the Pale. This is... So, that's the best way that I can describe it, really. It's just, I'm gonna tell myself off. Essentially, think of what's happening here as, like, taking radio chatter, amplifying it at a certain frequency, and then blasting it at somebody. Screech from Batman Beyond. Think of Screech from Batman Beyond. It's like that.
No, I did not. So...
That really comes as a...
Okay, great.
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man, it... I got lucky.
There. It's going to be easier to...
Based on what I've heard about you... Yeah?
More questions before...
I saw... Yes.
Through fucking hell. It's especially bad suddenly.
Everyone in Jamrock.
If she knows that about you, she...
Harry Dubois.
Did someone mention a fucked up tie?
So she knows you're not... All
yes,
of
the
this
fucked
just
up tie.
means that you're...
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't...
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself. You've been to my lorry.
Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you, singular, or...
What bunker? Don't know anything about...
Keep calm. Breathe in.
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. Sure you do. Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. One of the guys... That sound about...
No, satellite office. Let's go home, John.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing
So it's
to
not
ask
like...
me.
So it's not that she's resistant to the fog. She's just wearing earmuffs that are able to block out this horrific frequency, which does beg the question as to why she's able to hear me, but at this point I'm not really questioning it.
She eyes.
It's okay.
All right, don't. She sits down with a drink, trying to say, oh yeah. No, she asked me.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynch. Yeah, she.
Glacier knew exactly what she was doing. You can't.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her, as I keep.
But
War? Fuck it. I'm not. How should I know?
Those rings.
Police radio?
Who hasn't? He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Okay. There we go. Pain threshold pulling through again. It was a 92. Granted, I failed 92s before, but it was a 92. I did it. Now, this time, let's see if I can actually win.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
You okay, Kim?
all good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it. Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down.
All right.
That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
The only thing that I am worried about is if I accidentally fail this rhetoric check.
You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you?
I failed. Why am I standing here like an idiot?
Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now.
But she doesn't deserve to die like this.
No, wait. Finally, it comes to you. A way to connect with her.
Oh, that's... I know your pain. I've been let down by women too. Didn't think so.
She flashes you an incredulous grin. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Oh, God.
Fuck.
Get a hold of yourself.
Our job.
She died.
Lieutenant Yefrit.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you.
We are cops. Okay. We clean up. It made that tent there.
Yeah, okay. I get the sense that this was gonna happen either way. She was desperate and out of options, so... But yeah. 8 real. Yay. Cooking utensils. She has prepared porridge with bananas. Alright. I mean, at least I got some healing. Alright. Well, might as well. I think that's just bound to happen. Maybe in a future playthrough, I don't know. Dark water trails into the distance. There's no way out. But yeah, that... damn it. Oh well.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out.
Look inside.
You see a rolled-up sleeping bag and personal belongings.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
Alright, let's carry her over.
The lieutenant nods.
Jesus. Yeah, yeah.
There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Magazines? You should look through them.
Sift through the books and magazines.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Sift through the magazines.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
A notebook?
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by, motionless.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
Fuck me, man. Oh. What do I do next? Like, oh fuck, what do I tell Titus? Well, now I've got more questions for Classier. God damn, man.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine the cover.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name. Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers.
Thank you, Encyclopedia.
She had good taste and must have taken what she recorded here seriously.
Unwind the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Flip through the pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
What kinds of logistics?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism.
Yeah, I mean, find what you can to cope with the fact that you saw someone literally shoot themselves in the head. What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
Hey, Will, by any chance have you already seen the volumetric shit compressor on here? Yes, in fact, it was one of the first thoughts that I downloaded. Bizarre scientific news of Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure around 495 gigadecimals. These metric hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts. This is the whole reason why I was able to get the body down at all from the tree. So I'm confident if I didn't have volumetric shit compressor, I probably would have been, like, noping out of this situation. I'm not as great with scientific wording. Could you explain that a bit more? It's essentially saying, like, you got your shit together enough to be able to handle taking down the body from the tree or getting close to it. Because at the start of the game, when you get close to the body and the hung body on the tree, you're struck immediately with, you know, how disgusting it is to look at, and then you throw up. And then you are told by Kim, okay, we're just going to give you a bit to get your shit together. And thus you gain the thought, volumetric shit compressor. Which is really hilarious. It's essentially a wordier version of, come on, man, pull yourself together. You can do it. You can get that body. Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Read the entry from March 9th first.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head. while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her.
This is not me. I wouldn't do something like that. What a coincidence.
Is it? Can you be sure? What if you are secretly being manipulated by the Puta Madre as you pursue this investigation? What if he wiped your memory on purpose?
Yes, my trashed hotel room and almost dangerous levels of alcohol in my system is definitely caused by La Puta Madre.
On purpose? That's pretty far-fetched.
Read the entry from March 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
What did she write the day Laylee arrived?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though. Well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I don't think she killed the mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks. Don't get emotional.
So she died for nothing.
She was in plenty of trouble, even without the murder charge. Still, it's a nasty business.
Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Then who do you think killed the merc?
Classier was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
But no one heard the shot.
Maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Fuck. Find out if I'm La Puta Madre or... Oh, man.
The plain red tent.
That's kinda it, yeah. Nothing new to do with that. Oh. Well, that was definitely not the way that I hoped it would have gone. I failed the rhetoric check, and even when I succeeded, I picked the wrong option, so... Maybe in a future playthrough I might be able to actually do it, but... That's for a future playthrough. God. How long was I even down there? Okay, I was down there for like 2 hours. Good lord. Anything with the locusts?
A few locusts, poor thing.
No, I didn't think so. I think the locusts are a lost cause. And at this point, I'm kind of invested into finding out about this stuff. I've got some questions for Clasia, for one thing. Or Clasier.
The trap is filled, poor things.
Yeah, nothing new. Fuck me, man. That was hard. But yeah, not really a whole lot else you could really do there. But yeah, Classier definitely seems like a person of interest to a very significant degree. Is Elaine still here? She is. Did you ever consider checking out Super Crooks or nah? Also, Stone Ocean is 2 days away now. Really? I thought it was December 9th that Stone Ocean was premiering. But I haven't gotten around to checking out Super Crooks. As I said, it's just... my mood on anime watching lately has not been... like... I just haven't been in an anime watching mood lately. And I don't know what it is. Like, it's not that I don't enjoy anime.
Now, it is time.
It's not that I don't enjoy anime and everything. It's just the mood hasn't struck me. And I don't know why the mood hasn't struck me. Because I can tell you that I was... the last episode of an anime that I remember watching, like, super excitedly was, like, the 12th-ish episode of To Your Eternity. And that was while I was uploading a video. I don't know why, but I just have not felt the mood strike me, and I do not know why. I've been excited for a lot of shows that are coming out, and some seem really cool. Something Paladin. I know its Japanese name is Saihate no Paladin. And it's about a kid who is raised by undead people and trying to become a paladin. That show sounded really cool. And there are a lot of other shows that are neat. Vinland Saga Season 2 is going to be coming sometime. I don't know when, but it's coming. And I don't know why. It just says it'll release worldwide December 1st. Maybe they moved the date. Weird. I thought I could have sworn it was the 9th. Huh. Well, I did see the opening, which was pretty cool. But yeah, it's just, for whatever reason, you know, maybe it's because I canceled my Verve subscription due to me not exactly having a large amount of income coming in. Or something, I don't know, but I just have not been feeling the urge. I mean, as I said, I canceled my Verve subscription because I was finding less and less reasons to stay on the platform because, one, I hadn't been watching much anime at all, and two, their channel variety had gone down horribly. Like, really badly. You're taking a break from it? I guess so. Like, I'm still trying to figure a lot of things out. Like, both with my streaming and with Open Couch, which... by the by, it has been almost a month, roughly over a month, since we last posted a video on Open Couch. I don't know when we will be done with this hiatus, but we're gonna be on hiatus for a while, I imagine. Like, unless I hear otherwise from Jordan, I don't think we're gonna be planning on a whole lot. We have ideas, and... Lord knows I've got plenty of demos on my PC for demonstration, but as for our Let's Play stuff, like when we tried Eastward and Phoenix Wright, I'm not confident in when we will be able to do those again. I really am not. I can ask him about it, I can check up on him, see how he's doing, but we'll have to see. But yeah, taking a break from anime, that might be it. I don't know. It's just a weird thing, man. You just suddenly drop it one day, and then probably some other time next month I might pick it back up. I don't know. For what, Inland Empire?
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
What?
Be prepared. Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand.
Pepper box?
Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pockets.
I'll fight with my bare hands if I have to.
It would be better if you didn't have to. It's not just your own life that will be at stake.
So that was just a thought because I grabbed the gun? You're gonna head out? Alright. Thanks for dropping by, dude.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of... It's made of dark blue plastic. Blue. The blue heart. Something rat and something small inside. Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. There's pain in there, if you want some. That much you know. With your hands, you 4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board.
I can do it.
The two sides of the board appear slightly
Pepper box is
misaligned,
the gun the lady
like a
shot
drawer
herself.
that's come off
Oh.
the slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know,
slide the drawer open.
Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Two ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Pick up the stubs.
Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too.
Pick up the card.
I don't think this is the time to be going through personal effects. Let's move on.
Close the permeable compart.
It's slightly, ever so slightly, without resistance. The words just crossed your mind somehow.
Blink.
You see two ticket stubs.
What the fuck
and
was
a
that one
handmade
about?
Card. It's slightly.
Okay. Yeah, this is not a time to be going through personal effects because, you know, we literally just witnessed somebody shoot themselves. Oh! Oh, it is called a pepper box. I thought they were referring to something else, like the cracked pepper shaker
I'm
thing.
all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Oh, no.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up. Not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and
Oh,
falls
God.
under the ceramic breastplate.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Kim, what's going on here?
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander.
Oh, God.
I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this.
Oh, no.
I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it. Peaceful.
Armored figure is weeping.
Nest in your abdominal cavity.
Oh, I didn't
like a
even
little
notice this
wild
guy to the
mouse.
side.
The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
We're out of time. This is...
The Mercenary Tribunal.
The big one is the mercenary at the gates.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Let's walk away for now.
We have to step in.
Oh.
This is not going to end well if we don't.
Stop, this is the police.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd, losing his balance for a moment. He staggers backward. Yeah, he is drunk.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig fuck!
I see you're drunk.
Ah, yeah. Welcome to the fucking party. You're probably gonna get killed too. I don't give a shit if you're cops.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you stand there between these men, all carrying real weapons. No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk. Present an argument. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please.
Where's Classier? She can explain this.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacier, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
Guard, what the hell are you doing here?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire! You know how much windows cost?
What do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
Damn it!
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this. For God's sake, tell him the Hardys didn't do it. Present a case.
Listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did then?
It was someone else. Someone who's not here now.
How fucking convenient.
He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me. Magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
Listen, he was shot. He wasn't hanged. Listen to me.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
The hanging was only a cover-up. Listen.
Fucking liars.
He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle of his
The
gun.
shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small panel of the glass.
I thought he shot her.
Behind her.
I missed.
The man looks at his revolver and smiles.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now.
Oh my God.
Another shot. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
Who is that? I didn't know you had a third guy.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer, Howen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
What was that, Rude?
Rip you open.
The killer?
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21.
You think you're real tough, huh? This killing is meaningless.
Huh?
What are we waiting for? Let's blow that pig fucking mouth off his face.
Lance Corporal, just fucking shut up and wait for your order.
You're all... Wild Pine's rep does not approve of this.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Wild Pines is not going to forgive you for massacring a bunch of innocent people.
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening.
She's going to be mad when she hears about this.
She's fucking gone. She fucking sailed off. You're alone.
Stay cool! Don't do anything stupid!
The company bitch is gone. Laylee's cunt is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're huddled close in a formation. Still, the rest will stay. Even if it means dying here with him.
You're all drunk. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
Your judgment is impaired. You'll regret this.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
All right, Rhetoric. Don't fail me now.
All right.
Yes!
Here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Cranell would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Oh, God. Cranell does not give illegal tribunal. Who's their commanding officer? Take your pick. This I'm not picking. I don't know what to pick. Fuck. I don't think they care about Cranell if they're this drunk out on the field. Just a question. Who's in charge of your unit after the death of your colonel?
I am a Cranell major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike.
So you are the highest ranking of the three of you?
Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
He raps on his armored barrel-like chest.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now.
Hold on, what's the highest rank in Cranell?
King Reaper.
As the leader of this group, reconsider your actions. This does not lead to the end. This does not need to end in bloodshed.
You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something. Now fire. Fuck them up. Do
No.
The muscles on your back tense up.
Suggestion. suggestion.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about
Oh
his
my
dead
God.
friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start.
This game is not failing me. Thank you, 50% checks. That was a formidable 2, and I've made it by 1. God damn. I knew you weren't a goddamn scab leader.
Yeah, I don't fucking act so well. Laylee had a hard-on for making faces for you natives. Fucking food aid shit. That shit is done now. Trigger time.
Who are you, a major?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click. Softly, click, click, click. The realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together.
Oh,
his name
no.
is Raoul Cortiner. The dead man's name is Elise Cortiner. He's brothers with the deceased. No, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. You're all sentenced to death while led.
He had blue eyes, didn't he, your colonel?
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
Cortiner. I know that name.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
Raoul and Elise Cortiner. I'm sorry about your brother, Raoul.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
And then went to the same military academy, and the same unit, and the same war.
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
His parents left him in a fucking leaf compactor.
Who? Laylee?
Yes, when he was small, just an infant.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
It's a mind fuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to...
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Bonidal 41. That really happened, didn't it?
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
In your ship pipes, right in the fucking...
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Laylee knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah, he would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. That didn't happen, because Hayseed, Bill, and Kipty the Kipt here fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck. You'll die first.
Jesus Christ, this is actually really hard. Listen, you're Laylee. Everyone says good things about him. He was a talker.
Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets. Squeeze a bit of kid-tass here.
Jesus Christ.
Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, clay monkey.
God damn.
I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
This one isn't used to being suited this long. She's uncomfortable. We'll open fire just to hurry things along.
Your brother did not deserve to go out like that. I promise I will find his killer.
Find his killer? cop. His killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime
Okay.
soon. It's a
Hand-eye
small
coordination
thing,
just got
but it
ramped
got
up
enough sense.
big time. And
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
look through the smoke rising and look at Courtenaire.
There is a hole in his cheek.
Jesus.
Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible. His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Kim, where's Kim?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. In the background, the leader staggers.
Blink, think.
You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the barrel, like a honeycomb. This is a knock cannon. It shoots 6 rounds in one pull of the trigger. Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body? That gun will tear us to pieces. He's drunk. Drunk fighters overcorrect. Move right, he aims further right. Get him to overshoot.
Dodge the shot.
You leap.
Yes!
A swarm of
Oh my God!
mere millimeters from your side. Tearing through your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
Joy, I'm alive!
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you.
Fuck.
His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Look him in the eye.
The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it. He is your end. Here it comes. Death.
Evade. I'm gonna fail this one. Yep.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll.
I hope he didn't get me a headshot.
The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Oh, Titus. What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
No one wants to do anything with me. No one wants to party with me. Of course, I get gunned down and die. Sorry, fuck. Gone down the line of duty. It's okay.
Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And the cold comes over you.
Oh god, no.
The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away.
I didn't save.
Almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it.
Kim
He is
truly
pushing
trusts me.
down on your wound with both hands. No, you scream.
Behind you!
From your bloody lips. Your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
Fall into total darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Will I be a ghost now?
Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there screaming along with all of them, scaring each other, haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
No, let me back into the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting.
It was a bad idea to do the shot.
In his sleep. And rotting.
It was a really bad idea.
disintegrated
Why did I take the shot? Oh god, why did I take the shot?
and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his womb sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket.
Oh,
it
God.
turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Kim?
Sunrise, Parabellum.
What happened?
What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued.
Is he dead?
Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
I'm a killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
I dodged.
Then I shot and wounded him while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Eugene.
Yes. He's still alive too. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer DePaul before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
I thought you only smoked one a day.
This is the one.
And they're all dead? All three of the contractors?
DePaul was the last to die. Evrard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Why?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
How many casualties on the Union side total?
3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat.
So you also killed?
He nods.
And that's...
all.
It's a total shit show, Kim.
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success.
6.
Plus 1. Ruby.
Oh, yeah.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
What did you say? Sunrise?
Sunrise parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
My gun. It's engraved on it.
It served you well.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay.
How... the room is clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
Ow.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
Can I walk?
We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Has anyone from my station been to see me?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Really?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Odd. You haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
I'm a psycho-locomotor.
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
If not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Okay. I don't know if this'll be the end, actually, because that was something. I thought we had it cornered, but...
Easy now.
Fuck.
How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Freighter.
What happens now?
I honestly don't know.
You don't know?
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling.
You don't think it was a good idea?
I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Wait, you've checked? She's really...
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up.
Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hanged man?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
There are all these old bunkers and weapons caches, Revolutionary Era. The miracle hasn't happened yet. It's not over yet.
He does not know what to reply. Looks out of the window, then back at you. It's morning outside. You think.
This is because I'm a la puta madre and peon, isn't it?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
There's still a 28% chance the possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
There are all these old bunkers and weapon caches, Revolutionary Era.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
Can't believe they're fucking useless.
No need to be melodramatic.
The fucking Maybells, Kim. The flowers.
What?
This one, remember?
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
He's wrong.
No, Kim, every piece of garbage in the city is connected to the case.
Okay.
What about the hole in the wall? Someone was checking her out.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
Goddamn footprints.
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is almost impossible. Solving crimes is hard.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to enjoy the walk.
We should check Miss Oranje Disco Dancer's room upstairs.
Why not?
Okay. Oh. Did I don't think I made a single good decision there.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
The Stereo 8 player has been reunited with the right speaker. You see gleaming white enamel, no bottles inside. Look, the door is open. You can walk right into Kim's room. Oh, cool. Ugh. Interfacing has been saving my ass. I think I'm going to change the title on the stream, but yeah, I feel like there's still something left here now.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
Thank you, interfacing. Oh. The alarm is set for 6:50. Medicinal supplies on the cupboard. There's then a scalpel, antibiotics.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
That was one of the most tense situations I've ever had in a game. Like, I've had moments of, like, nail-biting tension when it came to boss fights, but that was different. That was legitimately different. Oh, okay.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go. I am sure
Oh, I am like 90% certain that guard is pissed with us. Like, I am 97% certain Gart would be pissed with us. Like, Christ, I bet even Titus would probably want to punch me in the face. Looks like she's left home something on the table.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
How could this gift be?
I am not drawing my gun, yet. But I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
She seems to have left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
You look at her rough, jagged handwriting on the note. She was in a rush, but not panicked.
Yep.
Deliberate. Focused.
Ruby was right. She made out for 4 months' payment for this room. God damn.
The medicine cabinet is empty.
Kinda hoping her gift would be in here.
I always took you for more of a drunk than a chemical abuser, Lieutenant Hefreiter. Should we go?
She really cleaned this out.
Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Alright. Oh. Man, I screwed this whole situation up. Oh. God damn, that was a lot. Oh. Oh wait, hold on. So, gift, is that it? A red thread made of nylon. It leads out the room and onto the roof.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman. Only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Where does the red thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime, the island in the bay.
She's trying to tell us the shot came from the islet.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
There are ruins on that On that islet, a sunken sea fort. I saw it through the coin operator viewer.
I remember.
How does she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
I just don't know.
Indeed. Neither do I.
This is our only point of origin we haven't ruled out yet.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
You seem enthusiastic.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
You and me both, Kim.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Hey, we need to go to the island?
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there? There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
What else is there?
Not a
what
lot,
else is there?
no.
I remember an anti-aircraft gun, or the ruins of one, on the island, from the coin-operated viewer.
Could be the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course, of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Lilane the netpicker. She's tarring her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
All right. Well, thanks, Classier. Even though you ducked out on us, you were at least kind enough to do us that much. That was hard. Oh, God, Titus, what do you have to say, man? I am... Like, 3 of his guys died. 3. 3 of his guys were killed in a firefight. Like, we took care of the mercenaries, yeah, but... Gart, I am so fucking sorry about that little war zone out there.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you. Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire.
Defended? Dude, I definitely made a wrong choice.
I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway, I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
Where did everyone go?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
What happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Okay, so I have to mention, when it happened, you were right out there, on the balcony.
Yeah, I was, yeah. That's because I'm a bad ass.
If you say it has 2 different words like that, it sounds as if there's something wrong with your ass.
Yeah, well, fuck you too then. You have any more questions or stylistic pronunciation advice?
He's not too offended. The experience has changed something in him.
All right, thanks.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Goodbye. Do you have anything to say?
Hi again, Gendarme.
Nothing. Then again, he was probably gone.
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Titus?
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
You don't raise your beer. 3 of your boys died.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is, Thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
His hand is covered in bruises and half plastered. Still, this hulking lump of man is glad to be alive. This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Shake his hand and nod in silence. There's not, like, none of these options are what I would say.
Now, how can I help you?
I'm sorry about the people you lost.
Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer.
8%'s pretty strong. Most beer is normally 5%.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
What about that Shanky fella?
Dennis, you saw him run. He's a mean little shit and I never trusted him. He'd better run real fast now. Real fast.
They were good people. I'm sorry it went down like that.
Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right?
Yeah, totally.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. 'Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Thank you. Actually,
Hey. Fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
okay, that was nice. That made me laugh. What's going to happen to the Hardy Boys now?
First, we're gonna find Dennis.
I'm going to find Dennis. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to kill him.
The tone of the statement is so matter-of-fact. It's as though he were talking about picking up a morning newspaper on his daily walk around the block.
You guy, your guy, your responsibility, do what you feel is right.
The lieutenant shakes his head, but doesn't say anything.
Kim, I started that.
Go ahead then. Maybe they'll only break his legs.
We're hunting that rat down. Let it be known what happens to cowards. And then, I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows, and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy Boys.
I like Titus.
He's right. The numbers are replaceable. In an organization of thousands of men, there are plenty who'd join.
Do you know what happened to Classier?
Don't know. Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Titus, after all we've been through, level with me. You really liked her, didn't you?
Nope.
He did.
Same here, man.
He shrugs and tries to look uninterested.
Any idea what I should do now?
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
That's certainly an advice.
Yeah. Go pay Monica a visit in Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest sneakers in all Rebacho.
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
I wasn't. I was not expecting this.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
Oh, it sounds so weird. It's like hearing an Oh god, that's such a weird thing to hear Kim say. It's like the equivalent of, it'd be like the equivalent of hearing Alexa say poggers.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right in my book.
So long, fellas. Be good so I don't have to come back here again.
Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, copper.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
The RCM could use a man like you, Titus. Think about it.
I will, Capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, because the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Bino Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12% tonight.
Good plan. So, go to the island. La puta madre. Huh? So I can call my station to find out about if I'm a peony. I can see now the game's making me second guess my pronunciation. Find out if I'm a dude working with. What the fuck happened here? Un jour je serai de.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
Un jour je serai de retour presidente.
This was Cindy the Skull.
Are you serious? Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Oh my god.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply? No. Nope. No. Bad idea. Also, I love that you give give interfacing the nickname Fingers. That's funny.
Okay. Sorry. Whew. Close call.
Oh, I love this game.
Worn and beaten wooden plank.
You can revisit the bench.
No, I meant to talk to Gaston, not the bench. Whew.
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all about that kind of pain. I've had hip trouble for the past week. Maybe it's time to slow down, enjoy life a bit. Anything I can do to assist you?
No, I thought he'd have input about the shooting, but I guess not. Oh, man. I can talk to Tommy about
Inside,
Ruby.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out tool.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Precinct 57, we've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kitsuragi and...
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel.
That's a good point.
It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Isn't that dangerous?
No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope.
Fair.
I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they're listening in.
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a set.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Jules, I've heard that some people think of me as La Puta Madre's peon. Do you think I'm corrupted?
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir.
Some talk? What does it even mean there's been some talk? Do they think I'm corrupt or not? Does it mean people know that I'm a dirty cop? Because I am. I'm the dirtiest, most dangerous cop in Revachol. My reputation precedes me. I want you to know that I would never do anything like that. I'm not taking bribes, Jules.
I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
That's all for now.
Roger that.
Jesus. Well, that task is done. Jesus. That sequence of red checks was unbelievable. And yeah, I'm not leveled up yet, but that can wait. I'm gonna zoom out, talk to Tommy. Hey, Tommy.
Oh, man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive?
I've been better.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
I'm still looking around. Loose threads to tie up.
Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right?
I met the lady driver on my investigation. She's called Ruby.
Okay.
Is it wise to share information about a case like this, sire? The lieutenant throws you a quick glance. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's it. Can't share anymore.
That's probably for the best. You keep your job to yourself. With a job like yours, you have to.
Alright, yeah, good point. Like, it would suck to... I don't want to make anybody else hurt too much, man. Tommy's cool. Everard won't let us in. Hey, the other lorry man's gone. Fantastic. Fantastic. Alright. Well, at least Titus complimented me on his shot. Or on my shot, rather. Is Silang there? Will he compliment me about things, or is he like... Or is he still gonna be on about the glasses?
Wow!
Wow, what?
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? You know what that is?
Super cool.
Cool! That's cool!
Quick question, do you sell any tapes?
Tapes? You mean like music tapes? No, music is out. Don't listen to music. I sell extremely cool sunglasses if you want to get your mojo going.
So you have no idea whatsoever where I could find tapes.
Tapes? Tapes are everywhere. They're worthless. Kids throw them in the trees. There's one in the bushes, right behind this lorry. No one would ever throw a good pair of high-quality plastic sunglasses in the bushes, mister.
Fair enough.
You should have a look. It's better than nothing.
I'm not taking Silang's fucking money. No, I'm not gonna take money from Silang. That's wrong.
The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze.
Good, Hawthorne.
Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies.
Are you shitting me?
8100.
This was behind here the whole time and I didn't know?
Mankind, be vigilant. You tree-hugging pansy.
Fuck off, physical instrument.
The bronze ribbon twists around and within the branches in an intricately natural pattern. But there's something
What do I see?
There's a twisted logic in this mess. You see the ends of the ribbon, the way it flows, how it twists and turns. It's all starting to make sense. It'll be easier to remove now. With slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending.
I can take this to Egghead, and then I'll take the boat out to the island.
Magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it, so that you could hear what's on the tape. Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you with this.
What's the tape for?
It's for Egghead. I promised to make his Van Eyck jam hit a... Maybe this tape can help.
How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it?
I think at least one of the ravers would know how to fix broken tape if they want to set up the nightclub.
You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste our time.
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape projector in the pawn shop uses similar tape.
Yeah, let's go talk to Roy. I have no clue if I did the right thing there. I have no clue. I mean, they were drunk and unstable. They were... Like, I feel like I... The best way to describe that whole scenario there... I felt like I just kind of flew by the skin of my ass. Especially with dodging that rifle shot.
All the old boomboxes are there, blinking and waiting to work.
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics.
You're calling this politics?
In its purest form. Now, what can I do for you?
Hey, do you know how to fix this?
You mean re-spool it? Yeah, I do, but...
You think you could? Please, this is important. I need to be able to play this tape for someone.
But I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty... worthless.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
Wait, but you tinker with film tapes all the time. Isn't that the same?
No, it's different. Those film tapes actually mean something to me. But this is just a worthless bundle of old tape.
Worthless? It's not worthless, Roy. This could be the next big thing for the local dance music scene.
Huh? What do you mean?
Do you know that old church down the coast?
Yes. What about it?
I helped some young ravers turn this place into a nightclub, and they play the weirdest beats there, which they call anodic music.
Is it any good? The music, I mean.
No, that's the thing. You can't believe how unbelievably thin the beat is. There's nothing to it, no bass. It just goes bzz, 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 but this tape can make it hardcore!
Man, you're really invested in this. Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though, so just sit back and relax.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
Well, thanks for the help.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility. Okay.
I don't think Egghead would know how to do that kind of photon stuff. If anything, Egghead would probably look around and go, "Yeah, photon splitting, nuclear powered anodic dance music, hardcore," or something like that. But yeah, this definitely feels final because the game is even suggesting don't run. Do not attempt to run. You just got shot. You're recovering from being shot. So, yeah. I'm gonna go one last time. I'm gonna check the traps one last time, and then I'll do the other things.
The trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak and unhealthy. A few lie on their backs with their legs twitching. Still, no phasmid. Poor things.
So I shot the big man in the cheek. Kim shot the one with the rifle in the head. And then people started charging, and then Kim shot the one that was about to shoot him in the head.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
I got shot.
Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
I guess you were right. The men with guns were coming for me after all.
I'm not sure those were the last of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
Then we'll be ready for them.
Goodbye. Oh god, I want to know what idiot Doom Spiral thinks. I need to talk to idiot Doom Spiral. Please share your insights, my guy.
Man, you're like bleeding now. Reality's really messed you up.
Nothing new. Okay, I would think he'd have more to say, but I guess not. Alright. Well, let's check on the locusts, give Egghead the music, and then talk to Lelaine, and then head out to this island. Only option, because Clausia was so kind enough to help us with that. But yeah, there's the tape. I probably can't even make the savoir-faire check with Andre anymore because, you know, I'm shot. I have a bullet wound, and apparently I'm still bleeding from it. God, I can even go back to where Ruby was.
A few locusts trudge along the wall of the trap. The poor thing.
Nope. And then we'll check on... Yeah, definitely by now the phasmid stuff must have... The pheromone that Morel sprayed me with is pretty much gone, I want to say. I don't think this is going to happen, finding the phasmid.
The trap is filled with poor thing.
Nope. And then we'll check the one up near the radio tower. But after that, let's head to the church, give Egghead the tape, and then see how the confrontation with the island goes. God damn, that whole sequence of events felt like it lasted way longer than it felt like... I was shocked when I looked at my stream time, how long I've been streaming, and it was only at around the 2-hour mark. I felt like it lasted way longer. But I guess that goes to show, when you pace an event properly, you feel it. Like, you definitely feel it. But yeah, Clausia definitely seems more suspicious now because of the, God damn it, Kim was right, we should have arrested her. Because then maybe Ruby would have been a bit more compliant. Again, that's something to keep in mind for a future playthrough. Let's check the final trap. Go to the church. But yeah, that... Oh. And that was a hand-eye coordination check of 3. Like, that whole deal was to probably be like, alright, so you spent the entire game running around as a adventure game protagonist. This is the point now where the game has told you, this is the end. You're not running around. This is not going to be easy. Like, you're truly going to take the slow trudge. Alright. Check the trap. It's probably going to be a nope.
Just dead and dying locusts, and the slow sweat. Poor thing.
Nope. Nothing new. Okay. Better safe than sorry. I mean... What could I have done differently in that situation? Like... I'm trying to think. I mean, maybe if I didn't do the hand-eye coordination check, but then they probably would have just opened fire anyway.
A better deal! Yeah! Medium car!
I found this reel of tape. Maybe you can use it to hard up Ike's... I don't know how to say that name.
Yeah! Remix time! Tape goes here, into deck B.
He clicks a switch, the tape starts spinning.
A hand on his ear. He listens to the audio through his headphones and shouts.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
What do you mean?
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you. Ready?
Ready? Oh.
Wow! Here's that? The signs match perfectly! Now if only we had the beat for the full assault, it would be unbelievably hyper!
What is this? It's good. How did you guys do that?
Do what? I just found random tape and brought it to Egghead. He's just incredibly good at remixing.
Yes, but what if Van Eyck based his remix
Van
on
Eyck,
some forgotten
okay.
local melody, like a folk song, and you just found the original piece that inspired him to create this jam? That would explain why it fits so well.
Nah, to me it sounds like classic Van Eyck. I don't think he needs any inspiration from folk songs. Maybe he lives in Martinez and just threw away part of his song because he thought it wasn't good enough.
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited existence. That and Egghead's fantastic talent.
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key. No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too well. Something mysterious is going on here.
I agree with Noid. It's just luck and Egghead's incredible mixing skills.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits! Bring up the volume!
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that? Yeah, I remember. You said it needs more bass.
I think you might know the answer.
What if we used that crazy sound assault from Suna's experiment but contained it, tamed it, made it pulse?
What about that compressor Andre was setting up to achieve some sort of parallel processing?
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out. I think the jam's already pretty ultra.
But it could be hyper hardcore.
I gotta help them. I got to do it. I got to. Excuse me, had a cough there. I got to help them. Can I try the empathy check again?
Welcome back.
No, I can't. I got shot in the leg.
Ouch. I did notice you limping, but I thought maybe it was your thing or something. When I was 16, I used to date this guy who had a limp, but it only showed when he was sober. So I guess it wasn't real or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the guy that pretends to be an eagle with a fractured wing, so to speak.
Anyway, shot in the leg. I'm sorry. Man, that must suck.
You got anything for me, Noid?
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Nothing, okay. Suna, do you have anything about this?
Yes, what is it?
Nope. Compressor?
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Do I have anything for interfacing besides my gloves? Interfacing. Ah, oh, damn. If I knew... No, that's a minus to rhetoric, though, so that would have hurt my rhetoric. Drama, interfacing, but I have gloves for... That's a +2. Composure, electro, no. Could have put these on. No. Didn't think so. Didn't think so. I mean, I can try the check. It's only 40%, and I've been getting pretty weirdly lucky with those.
A better deal! Yeah! Medium car!
Sidechain the beat.
How do I do this? What the shit is happening with me? Sidechain? What does it even mean?
Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing, either the auxiliary signal or the main input from the tape. Make it alternate between the signals. The compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux sidechain input. It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up all the headspace.
Okay, Egg. Okay, Egg, you need to start sidechaining it.
Sidechaining it, you said?
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide, wider than they've ever gone on drugs. He starts jumping up and down with bliss in total silence, still listening to his headphones.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead Cop Man? Did you break him?
Just wait and see.
Are you ready, pussy?
Noid straightens his back, ready for the beat.
I was born ready, Egg.
Give him a thumbs up. Ooh, that is nice. Yo, that actually is quite nice. That is a nice beat.
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak dances on the stage, intensely waving his hand in the air.
This is beauty! This is life!
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass flow together. It's unnatural.
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive again.
This one is for the Anautic generation!
Introducing the ultimate sound!
We have tamed the sound, made it our own.
God damn it. This dance club idea might just work out.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump it!
Who will be the innocence of hardcore Anautic dance music?
Good question, Inland Empire. Very good question. All right, well that's done. And I can't. Yeah, that's impossible. I can do the savoir-faire with Andre now, but I'm shot in the foot or in the leg. I can't help him with that.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Got shot in the hip, yeah.
Goodbye, officer.
I mean, I could try and put on savoir-faire stuff. Where's savoir-faire stuff? It was the shoes. No. Composure, drama. These. Wow, that is a nice beat.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Let's try.
You close
Didn't
your
think
eyes
so.
and dream of the shapes your body,
But just imagine the moon.
your aching leg,
I hope you're not trying to dance with that leg of yours. Healing from a gunshot wound takes time and patience.
Goodbye, officer.
Didn't think so. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that I would actually make that check. Oh well. Actually, what other glasses? My perception is really high, so I think I can... That is a really good beat. Composer for this game is also really good. I'll have to look them up later. Like, I was actually nodding my head to the beat there. That's a very good beat. But yeah, it's time. Let's ask for Lelane's boat to be used if she can let us, and then yeah, head off to that island. Yeah, that was certainly, Kim, are you caught on environment? Hello? I think I broke Kim. Oops. There we are.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
It's nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you've got banged up real good. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots from the town. They were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
I have one question. I have questions for you.
Of course.
It would
Can
be...
I help you with something?
It would be really uncomfortable to just suddenly... All right.
Cleaning out the rooms.
Cleaning out the rooms. Finally.
What if you didn't lose your memory? What if something in Martinez came and stored it all away, for you to slowly open one box at a time, so you can choose which parts to keep? Keep almost none of it. Only the flowers on the windowsill. Only the distant sound of a radio. Lose all the actors, the dark shadows. Leave only the still lifes. The blissful distant wash of waves. If everybody knew, you never did. She'll be coming soon. That is all.
So... essentially, that's like... oh, this is like repressed memory. +1 to suggestion, +1 to Inland Empire, and +1 to rhetoric. Damn! This was a good one to internalize.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Well, I'll never have the courage to ask her out, but I have the courage to ask her about her boat.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through binoculars.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the
God, it
landing.
looks like she even has little
I haven't
fishing
been there
lures as
myself.
earrings. That's
Always
adorable.
steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
You haven't been there yourself? Who has then, if not you?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me.
I
He died
mean,
there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
which kids?
The twins. God forbid.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything else I should know before getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Nod along attentively.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Thank you. We'll be using your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Be seeing you. She's so cool. She's so cool. She has fishing lures as earrings. She carries a sword. She's so cool. I can't help it. Lil Lane in the filming of Disco Elysium will be played by Chris Pratt. He's so cool.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right?
On that island?
Yes. Yes, that one. I need to know what's on there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Wait, you mean shells?
I don't know what these are.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
What? Someone lives on that island?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Oh my god. It is literally Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Oh. One of us tells truth, and the other tells lies. Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
You mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What the...
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself.
Oh.
Don't say that, he didn't.
His brother punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying.
A dull pain flashes through your mind.
Your father did not kill himself.
I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
Is that all you know? Is there anything else you can tell me about the island?
There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Oh, man. That... Oh. So, these are the only things that I left... Well, I was never gonna smoke smokes. Couldn't get the hangman's boots. Couldn't get the figure to Dolores Day. Couldn't find the buoy. But at the very least, I got a skill point. I have no clue what I'll need it for. I'll probably find out when I get to the island. So I asked the twins about the island. Anything from Villain? Now that I have more knowledge?
Be careful out there.
Nope. Nothing new. Yeah, this game... I've had plenty of laughs in this game, that's for certain, but... Holy shit. I've also had a lot of moments that have been some of the most tense I have ever felt. Like... Oh, I cannot describe to you guys just how winded I feel after that entire shootout segment. That was something else, man. God.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its two seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? How else do we blast SAD FM on our way to the island?
Fine, why not?
Very cool. Now
tune into SAD FM.
You know you want to. SAD FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Get in. There's literally nothing else. I couldn't find the Phasmid, and I couldn't... Harry, sit down. You look like a chode. Harry, please sit. Shame I couldn't find the Phasmid, but nothing else you could really do. Nothing else to really do in that matter. Good God.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
That was a good
In
song.
the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
If my dad were there, he probably would have told our he probably would have wanted to be able to shoot a couple down.
Let's go.
My dad's a hunter. Oh. Well, that was a very poignant moment. It was nice. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Ah.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
This means I sorta got into the depot door.
Technically, no, it doesn't.
He's right.
Thanks, Kim. Humbling me. Makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. These tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. Okay, nothing new around here. Didn't think there'd be. Alright. Let's head up here. Attention, inflammable. There's a lingering trace of mazut in the air. Some fuel has been leaking out of the barrel, black viscous. Barrels say ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. I saw something in Motorix went off.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
What's that flutter?
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath the flutter?
On the islet, there is almost no wind under the rain quietly falling on the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other, the soft raindrops, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work.
To the west?
A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east?
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers. Raindrops fall on water, strangely quiet, forming circles in the distance.
Wow, had a little phlegm. Ahead.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Beyond that. Further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. A drop of rain falls on a black log of an extinguished campfire.
Below the silence?
A jitter. A sound impatient to happen, but not yet in this world. You hear some kind of limb fidget, producing an imperceptible tick. No, it's just your imagination. You can't hear such things.
Kim?
Yes?
Have you noticed how quiet it is?
I have. Is that why we're stopping?
I have to listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods. A jitter. You hear some... No, it's just... Air flows, a drop of rain falls.
Yes? It is.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Kim, what's the ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
RCM sounds like RCM, Revachol Citizens Militia.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics, with blood dripping down your thigh.
A little embarrassing in 51, no? Maybe we need a rebrand. Sounds like ICM, sounds like ICP, very close to the International Collaboration Police. Nice and normal that way. A little embarrassing in 51, no? Rebrand?
No one remembers the ICM. The connotation is less important each year.
A white star?
No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Are those speck stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Looks old. What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Finished thought. Doesn't hurt to at least try. To at least see what was in there. No way to get up there. The stairs are gone. Little Birch from the coin operator view, still holding on. I didn't think I'd actually come to this island, but here we are. Wow, this is a big area. This was once an armament rest. Twin cannons were attached here, medium distance, large caliber. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do the wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere.
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Yeah, true. This place doesn't seem like it would be very sustainable without any kind of generator. What does this mean, a generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Tap on it.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
Alright, there's a bunch of things here. Oh, this must have been where the shot was taken. Definitely. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. Survivor's kitchen. Sorry. Fallen arrow or shirt.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
No time to rest
yes,
now.
Any time. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
It's not a matter of being a hero. We are at the spot. Look here.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
I love that it's called All Things Communist is the modifier for that. Army surplus winter scarf. Okay. And the fawn shirt. So it was what? Was it encyclopedia? A moth-bitten bed sheet keeps the wind out. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. Rangefinder, that's the word. I was gonna say rangfong.
Soft covers, serialized.
Conceptualization, huh? No, I'm gonna see if I can search around, find more modifiers. Potentially. Alright, what is in there? I am fucking high on magnesium. Not high, but like... Oh, Kim's floating! Kim was floating. This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off it. This hatch is jammed shut.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
What's this then?
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
What does this console do?
Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. Sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Push light interior.
Nothing happens.
I'm not going to mess with too much of this right now. What's this? Water rushes below, far down below. I'm not trying to I want to explore, but I don't want to explore too far. A firing slit. You can't see inside. That feels like progress. Considering how background music kicked in once I arrived. Alright. Something over here. Didn't notice that. Hey. Jesus, I've got so much magnesium on me. I've got too much magnesium, guys. What's with all the magnesium, man? I got too much of it.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I find us not opening it highly unlikely. No, this isn't one more door. We're opening it.
All right. I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
What's on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
The heavy metal door.
So this is probably the emergency door that I can check.
The console is powered off and covered in dust.
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control...
This device was used to control the...
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like the one. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over.
The boat engine. The console looks on as you talk. The dial slides under the glass. Silently, you make out...
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
It's an air-gapped system. An off-air military model. Its circuits are nearly impossible to bend, i.e., it cannot be remote controlled.
All right. Let's try the conceptualization check on... Like, if nothing else, just to do it, you know?
Soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories, animal adventure.
And where's my conceptualization shirt? There you are.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories, animal adventures, a magazine for electrical engineering, and an international thriller. Also, light erotica and some historical novels from the century past.
Conceptualization?
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Nothing? Nothing out of the ordinary.
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say. The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Yep, this is where our sniper's at. Alright, so before I actually head outside, I need to go use the restroom real quick. So, pardon me for a moment. I will be right back. And I'm back. Okay. Let's say we head out into that space. Head outside, shall we? But yeah, I'm not taking fuel from the boat. That's essentially landlocking me. Gotta find fuel around the island. Although, wait, there was that one barrel that was leaking, so maybe Kim and I could carry it? give it a try. But yeah, so far, this stream has felt the most final. This is going to be a bit longer than my normal ones that I do for this game, even though this has been longer than... This series has some of my longer streams. For certain. But I don't regret it. I've had a lot of fun. Despite all of the tense moments, I've been having a good time. This has been a very enriching experience, I guess, is the word I'd use. Not enough fuel, you'll have to look elsewhere. Damn it! Well, at least the game seemed to have liked my idea. Alright. Let's head out the other way. But yeah, it would make sense. So Harry essentially got the worst. Well, I mean, obviously, if Kim got only a concussion, it would make sense that Harry is the object of concern, so to speak, considering he got shot in the leg. But yeah, they're just like, hey man, you want to rest for an hour or so, you take that rest. Alright, something's gonna be up here. I can sense it. Must have been a direct hit to take out such a large chunk. The distant sounds of cargo ships, signal horns echo on the water. The reed's swaying strangely. No, it's nothing. Something happened. Oh, I leveled up. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince, then you continue. Inside the fortress, you make out the console and the blast door. I want to check along the coast, actually. The ice cracks under your feet. Be careful not to fall through. Yeah, falling through ice while you're still recovering from a gunshot wound does not sound like a good plan. Okay, nothing new as far as I see. I'm just doing some aimless wandering. Yeah, it doesn't seem like I can get that blast door open. I'd like to, but I don't think I can.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Maybe you know it's going to hurt.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
No, 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 no,
Yes,
no.
yes. No. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Raise your sight.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Shake your head. Inland, what the fuck, dude? The winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of the chain. Dude, I was just trying to explore inland. I wasn't hoping to... What is with Inland Empire? It's a weird stat. It is a weird, weird, weird stat. Alright, so, there's left or right. Let's try left first. No way to jump down here without breaking a few bones. Okay, good to know. The depot that supplied the chain is long gone from the coast. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet newly stocked with Duramine. Ooh. I could use that. Fuel.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Gonna fill that can... Oh, you mean you're shooting when you're full of beans? What the fuck? Pick out one of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Yuan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Tio Motiri, like the ones we found at Land's End, remember?
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This
Ha
means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper. Its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
The apartment's this way, and on the right?
The red chimney and collapsed rear wall of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10.
In between the two.
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I'd be able to see inside the room.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
I don't want to boast.
I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Better late than never.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
6 people are dead. We could have prevented it.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
Well, we also didn't have a means of getting to the island.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
On this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with a guy who can make a shot that far. Best not leave anything up to chance. But yeah, we found the fuel that we need for the blast door. Oh wait, inland, something. You feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say where. Yep. Shooter is still here. All right. Now then, let's take this fuel and put it in the generator. I mean, I've got enough healing, so if the sniper has a gun, then hopefully it'll work. God, to think, before I had that final moment with the shootout,
This old cylindrical generator waits with its
I had the best night's sleep. Ancient reptilian and brain and
wiring runs out of its side and across the floor.
Ancient reptilian brain and limbic system actually let me sleep the night before in game all of that happened. That could not have timed out better. Pour fuel into the tank.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Okay. Hey, I leveled up. Well, now I'll have 3 skill points to spend. God damn. Shivers, electrochemistry's down. Okay. I mean I can spend the skill points mid-conversation, so it's not too bad.
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Urgence ouvert reads one dial key. Allumer reads another.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks.
There we
A shaft of
go.
light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
There we are.
After you.
Before outside, when we were walking across the sand, I felt something watching. I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
What's there?
I don't know.
I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
You know what, Kim? Fair. Fair point to make. All right, here we go. Oh, walk slow. It might be dangerous. Is there something that way? Nope. Just out there. A rubber dinghy, deflated, broken. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Oh. More of the little flowers that I caught. There he is. I'm just trying to... I'm walking all around him because I'm trying to find that goddamn phasmid. I want to find the phasmid, man. I've spent a lot of time trying to look for it. Help Lena and Morel out. But I guess it's not happening. That phasmid is a no-go. Oh well. Here he is.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
Fuel generator. I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How'd you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
But you didn't say that, Kim.
I did.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
It wasn't reactionary, it was cool.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Belmagrave?
It's a Triangong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The Hinxiao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution in the Safre Empire. Extinguished in '06.
It's not why from the board. I remember it.
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog.
The time will come to win his trust, comrade. It is not now. You need to take care of the gun first.
Your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me too. Put your hand on your belt.
Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
His right eye twitches. With what? Fear? Rage?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
I am an enemy commander of rank. Put it down.
The words, "I am an enemy commander," sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be, dog?
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Oh.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in '18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years.
43 years and 10 months.
That's the length of my entire life. That's insane.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up.
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government.
Those people are there.
Heavy fuel oil.
People from the from Harry's station are there.
Patrol Officer Judith Minnow points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Oh, so that's what it translates to.
Always waiting.
For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
I'm afraid she's gone.
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
It wasn't reaction. You were just afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room?
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
Say nothing. Let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
What is this place? This island?
It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II
Wow.
built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
So, congenitally deformed. I've never heard that kind of way to describe somebody. Damn. You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Someone who's come to end his madness.
Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stew, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We have Dramamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
You like that Dramamine, don't you?
It's the little joys. A dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine.
This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
He almost sounds like Agent Reptilian Brain. How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
I also have holes in my brain.
No wonder. All your minds are rotting from the radio waves. I watched the traitors of this city turn the lights back on. More and more each year. Ruins glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot. The commons, too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The weapons cache under St. Gish Lane 22B. In the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
One more question. Do you smoke Teomortrine Thierry cigarettes?
I do.
Ever smoked them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
It means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
I'm not really into politics myself.
You're inert lumpen with a gun.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. The expression on his face is unreadable. There's some sort of interference there. Neurological? There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism, or even cancer.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM. The coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. A so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter.
We're not coalition appointed. We just try to help people. That's right, we're the good guys. I know what it looks like, but I have a secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit. We're with the RCM. Let's leave it at that.
Let's. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, the Parti Communiste dans ce monde. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
You never signed the Revacholian Instrument of Surrender.
Only the army. Liberal reactionaries signed it for them. traitors who should have been burned alive. I am a political commissar of the Communist Party, and the party never surrendered.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Understood.
I don't think you did. You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing, and sporting goods. It's not real.
I have another question. Serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, he killed Lely in the hostel.
Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those.
No euphemisms.
No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Oh my god, that is so funny! Suggestions like, yeah, he wants to actually tell you because he's old and he's tired and he doesn't care anymore. But then, then you actually try it and he's like, why'd you think that was a good idea? I'm always wrong. Why'd you go with my idea? I'm just the stupid one. Oh, that is amazing. Oh. So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
Fuck you, Rhetoric. You're the one that brought it up. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Crenel?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the whirling in rags. Did you shoot him?
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Come on, what am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
My head hurts now.
Who cares? There were Maybells on the grass when you got here.
This game could be funny.
On Clausia's balcony. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom.
Oh!
Now they're gonna come up.
Ow.
Yes, ouch. So good, it hurts. Those were not modern prints.
So, he was in the secret area.
Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you. Try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself. I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does.
Officer. What?
No, I'm almost there. Just let me have a few more punches.
Almost where? Almost ready to bleed to death.
No, come on. A word. Let's go. I think we may have this.
Do you think he did it?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
I'm slapping myself to get ideas.
I can see that, yes. I'm not judging.
How do you think the questioning is going?
Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. The more we have on him, the closer he is.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
What am I missing? What haven't I done?
Well, I can think of one thing. The gun. We should pick it up and discuss it in front of him. Make a show of it.
Trying to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But there's something more, too. He thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years here.
You think he has more than this case?
Oh, yes. And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open, who knows what will pour out.
Pat him on the back.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It's as he said. Triangong, made in Hinxiao.
Worn. Personalized even.
Yinxiao.
Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind.
This uses jacketed ammunition. 446.
Jacketed. Military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away.
As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking this.
Stow
the
the
old
gun.
man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him later.
One more time about the murder.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
A drop of blood in the saliva. That's right. Pile it all on him now. 3 should do it. Maybe 4.
There are Maybells behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year too? The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
Oh my god, the flowers. He set them there. Oh my god, everything is just coming together. I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it. The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A young woman named Classier, ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
Classier.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim?
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
We've done ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascies for fascists. Done his part.
It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into that window in all of Martinez.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
I wonder what kind of brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Dross.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sensorique, and the size is 42 to 44. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
So he essentially wears the same size, but they were different boots.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Simpler? No. This is another loose thread you will never connect.
Goddamn footprints everywhere. I hate them.
The lieutenant raises his brow. What are you doing? He's thinking. We almost got him here. Not now. Stop yourself.
People change shoes, detective. It was you. You were there, weren't you? Crawling and whirling in rags. What were you doing? Some kind of reconnaissance? Preparing the scene? Listening in on her?
Trying to rack your brains. You're desperate to report something
I
back
finally
to
get to use a fucking magnesium.
They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got the...
You're lost, Dwat. You're lost.
Assess his body language.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild...
He is surprisingly okay.
Indeed. He speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
By speed?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system.
Excuse me there, I just had to take a drink of water. Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Mr. Dross, are you okay? How is your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
Petty.
A drop of blood. That's right. Pilot.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it.
Doesn't
happen.
shock me.
He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
We saved a lot of them. Their leader, Titus, we handled the situation.
You didn't handle anything. I watched it happen. You let those murderers rip right into them. Got most of them killed. Even the fat one. None of those people mean anything to you. The vultures feed on this city, and you prepare the meal for them.
You're getting diverted. Push the gun. Only the gun matters.
So you watched the fight? Did you like what you saw? The mayhem. It was all your doing, your plan. You got them killed.
You don't know anything.
Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Another level up. I have so many levels. God, I am loading up on the levels now.
Like a marionette on some invisible string.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. I mean, Christ, after seeing what his friends did, how they acted. Still under the protection of the law.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
I'm shocked that he even knows. Well, if he's visited the coast, then he probably. I thought he would probably just be inventing his own language now.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye, his fist beginning to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Hold your breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them at night?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
You pull the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
Huh.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But...
fuck.
You can't have everything.
How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Feld building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Feld building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
This is the hidden Bowie she told us about. You looked into it?
After she was gone.
Did you keep the documents in it?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean...
Where was this submersible? Looks like the investigation missed it.
In the water. Behind the campsite there. I don't remember precisely. It was in the winter. It was cold out.
There it is again. The strange neurological state he's sometimes in.
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
What? Oh, so he was peeping.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Okay.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ever see her through the window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route. You changed your shoes, though.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that, too.
Yes, that, too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen.
Okay.
A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago.
Oh.
He left spare keys all over.
Okay.
And I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
Did you have feelings for that woman?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there, to leave the flowers.
You wanted to console her.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him. It was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then reads. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away. We don't know where she is. She got away, but she let us here first. She got away. We don't know where she is.
That girl kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, kept staring at the island.
Because she could figure it out.
At night, crying or smoking on the roof, like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
It makes sense. I mean, she pointed the red line out. She knew. And she had spent the better part of days seeing Laylee's body get pelted by stones, whilst calculating out how the murder happened herself.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone's a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
I didn't expect that to come up.
Pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Anything more?
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
That all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht. Licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Say nothing.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Now I have some other questions about this.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
By cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Rene?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
Now, I don't know about...
I remember him. I remember him from Lanos. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
There's no one there.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Truss. Shoot me.
Let's definitely back off now. Calm down.
Calm down? I'm not angry. I adore him. He reminds me of everything we fought for. At least we killed that Fissel and his kingsman.
You mentioned the Union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Who's a disappointment? Efrat Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Doesn't Everard run the Union?
That mobster Toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
Oh, so Everart's like his mouthpiece. You've talked to Edgar?
First against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time.
Of course. Maybe the Clares asked him to.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clares came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
Mr. Dross, did you kill Crenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something.
Disco whores?
Whores. Another
disappointment.
That that mob's first against the wall.
The Clares wouldn't.
Of course.
He let you be here?
The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
You know why I killed that.
Again?
Tried teaching.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something. The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
They asked him to take care of the person that was running the Union before. Oh, 20 years ago when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they?
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
And then she just disappeared?
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Dross?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Why?
Because she was dead.
Just say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home. Waddling. dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins are black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her and the ruins.
It was you.
It was someone. Someone shot her. Or maybe she just fell. I get these violent ideations. My memory is filled with holes, especially the 30s. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
Glad we talked about this. Now.
Glad? It's all gone.
I want to ask again about the people you don't like.
His lip curls into...
Glad? It's all gone.
Yosef Lilianovich Dross, you're under arrest for the murder of Elise Cotener.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Kim, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Who watches him while I come back for you?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
Maybe I can just ask the net picker to watch him?
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now.
You could come back for me once you've taken him to the precinct.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
No need to be polite, I'll do it.
This world? What are you talking about? Is this... us?
The wind is cold from the east. Your skin is crawling suddenly.
What? Oh, it's a plot important thing. Jesus, it's huge!
delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms
That
in
would not have
ghostly
fit.
silence.
That would not have fit in Morel's little Insulindian phasmid traps. There would have been no fucking way.
It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect!
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There is. I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long, stilt-like legs.
I didn't realize it was a plot important event.
Like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning.
Oh my
after
God.
The tape breaks.
This is the Insulindian phasmid.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully.
I would be
It's
fucking
the
scared,
camera.
by the way.
No. The flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
The flash is loud. It won't like that.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Stop. Let me approach it first.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He's letting his pride get in the way. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Just listen to me.
Shh. Okay.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic
Yeah, I'd be fucking
that swirl
terrified.
around your head like swallows, like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemical.
I still have
The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
I am shocked that Lena as a child did not scream and run. It's smelling me.
Maybe it is real. The pheromone.
About now, he is ready to believe in anything.
Yeah.
The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape of seed heads. They rustle as the air moves. The ventricles at its abdomen continue expanding, like lunglets, breathing you in, your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Back off.
The invertebrate stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head. formed from the fused plates around its mouth. For a second, the effigy is frozen. Then it nudges back into motion with a click.
Tell me, what are you doing?
I exist.
Oh, I'm loving this. I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
If I tell you, what will happen?
Then I will tell you what it's like for me.
I am ill.
What is your illness?
In my heart. For me, it's sadness. Input after input.
For me, it is not like that. I have states, not the emotions. For example, I experience excitement at unexpected sugar rewards. But that is not important. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding.
I am actually... This is amazing.
I am at the end of a narrow funnel. Weightless. So light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never ache.
The fuck is happening to me right now?
I don't know. You're just a shadow for me. Far away, transmitting, but for a curious mouth.
Oh man. An incredibly sensitive instrument.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation, even when you're sleeping. And when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
So essentially, she's pitying... The Phasmid is pitying my brain. Pitying me for having consciousness, essentially. Not being a instinct-driven being, but a being that feels sensitivity. It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
In honor of your shit, Lieutenant Defraiteur, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror.
This is awesome.
Second by second.
This is incredible.
Detective arriving on the scene.
I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
I was born to detect you.
Yes. No one detected me for such a long, long time. For thousands of years. I dithered, out of sight. Trapped myself in greenery.
This is my masterpiece.
No one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. dripping of blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea, the first in 1,000 years.
This is a dream? What is happening?
No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from? All this around us, the world.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
Then all we can do is beat our fist against it day after day with no answer?
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
I mean, that's certainly a way to think it. What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and officials of the occupation.
I'm having a full-on existential conversation with an insect.
First, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revelshop, district of Martinez, March 51.
I'm having conversations about existentialism along with political history with a stick bug. A gigantic stick bug. Are you the miracle?
No. You are the miracle.
How?
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, the Pale is human-made?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Cold and Mama Dakwa?
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget?
I have already forgotten the whole world once, when I drank too much.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
Then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
The case? The case is meaningless compared to this. I have totally transcended the case.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind.
I will try.
She was held on Earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Raise your hand slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
Put your hand down.
The invertebrate comes back to life, stridulating. Sets of complex eyes follow you.
I didn't want to
moving
put the
in
other hand
tandem
up.
On either side of the insect's small head.
Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear this lieutenant whisper as the creature shaped envelops you on photo paper and in his hand. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds and the sky, and you as a shadow before it.
For all time.
Reach out and touch the whisker. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Pull your hand away.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening. Wave by wave from its stupor.
Oh, Morella's going to be happy.
Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think.
Slowly reach out and touch the whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet. Looks like someone's got hurt in a fight. This antennae is much smaller than the other one.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at your finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
That was incredible. That was incredible.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Well, Kim, about cryptozoology. It can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
What's in here? It's the helmet! Oh my god, it's the helmet Kuno threw into the fucking thing. Oh. I didn't think... Wow.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the phasmid?
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking.
Snap your fingers under his nose.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem. Doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should. Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Show him the detached scope.
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Dross?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength is all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
What's happened to him?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid. The combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke. Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reeds for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dross.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Yes, you forget it's there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel. That could be part...
No response.
Then how did we see... Mm-hmm. The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the phasmid.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it is in its company.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe.
The phasmid was inducing his abilities. The phasmid was what was keeping him sane.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Damn. That was a sequence of events. That was awesome. So the phasmids, so the phasmid, whatever it was, induced that kind of state in him where he was able to do and where he was able to talk and act as he was earlier. But once the phasmid was leaving, it just his psychological state just kind of broke. Actually, does that change the conceptualization here?
Soft covers, serial.
Nah, I didn't think so. I was thinking like, nah, surely it would have changed the conceptualization now that I've talked to the man in question. Nah. But yeah, we found the killer. He killed for political reasons, but yeah. Reason, of course, being that essentially Laylee, from his perspective, was everything he thought to fight for and fight against, and everything he despised. Basically the opposite of his communist regime. I was looking around. I didn't think the phasmid would be a plot important thing.
Waves by the dock.
Let's. We are done here.
I didn't think the phasmid would be like important to the story. I thought it was just a side quest.
Under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet, but for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
All right. Let's get to walking.
Look what the tide brought him.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes as he tilts his head.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Bitch, I look cool.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
Yeah.
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Wait, you're the man with the sunglasses.
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine.
The armor? No one seems to be bothered by it.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Oh, that explains it.
Yes, that has always explained it.
This is not the first time he's seen you all decked out in Weka.
Vic, calm down.
Forget about all this. There's a giant...
You're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Omar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstein, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
No.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What's this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I saved his establishment and he still betrays me? I understand, okay, Gart told you.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true, and it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Maybe if you hadn't been so sarcastic, I would have realized I knew you.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to batter you up after you told us to fuck off.
Okay, I had that coming.
Had what coming? Not recognizing people you work with every day. Brain damage.
So, Trant Heidelstein turns out to be Special Consultant Trant Heidelstein.
Yes, I'm Trant Heidelstein. I never said I wasn't Trant Heidelstein.
Well, wait, what was up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
Oh yeah? What was up with the interesting story? Spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
So what are you specially consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
Duped again. No one says they are...
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Gardener, scab leader, this? Tell me at least you are who you said you are.
Yes, I'm still Kinki Soragi. Still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
You mentioned a task force.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomard. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory, who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Heidelstein, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Yeah. Who's Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trant because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde with sunglasses like you were?
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G. Bevy. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore.
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing
Oh.
for both of you.
He was trying to be somebody that left the task force to see if whether or not it'd be like, Jean, get the fuck out of that wig. But no, Harry legitimately lost his memory. Okay, so what does the unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We cleared the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Wait, so you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
Why would you... I said all those things? I'm not like that anymore.
Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit 1,000,000 times over.
None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, pound, and so on.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Wait, socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory?
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory. I know everyone.
Being
thinks
so
this is
poor you
far-fetched
get
and
amnesia.
academic, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism.
Capitalism took my memories. I didn't have any other assets for the bank to take when they foreclosed my home, so they had to take my memories too. Damn you, capitalism. That's really funny.
No, not like that. I'm not talking behavior for school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
Capitalism fucked me beyond all recognition. Trant is right. I drank so much I lost my memory, and I'm now slowly recovering it.
He is. He's getting better. And I can confirm that he drank a lot of alcohol prior to it happening.
I believe he drank. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is forget their whole life because of drinking.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The two cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the Next World mural. Those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
So, every once in a while I just wipe the slate clean.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a crétin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Line detective is good for now.
For now? I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on hard.
Yeah, I can put on my clothes. I've got mad clothing skills, dude. What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Got my badge right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Hand-eye coordination. I've got skill points to spend.
Not today, badge.
Behold, my badge. No.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
Wait, how did you know I lost my gun?
You lost your fucking gun? I knew it. I knew he lost it. Didn't I tell you? I told you he lost his gun too.
You may have accidentally admitted to losing it just now.
This isn't cause for celebration. It's bad.
I would say it's very bad, yes. You lost your service weapon while drunk, and then you couldn't find it because you were still drunk. You're drunk right now, aren't you?
I didn't lose my gun, I have my gun.
We're not talking about the fucking gun anymore. We're talking about the vaporized cloud of ethanol coming from your mouth.
This is so unfair. He knows you have the gun, and still he's punishing you.
So it doesn't even matter that I found my gun.
You were never supposed to lose it in the first place. Not lost is your gun's natural state, you drunk bum.
I'm not drunk. I haven't even started drinking again.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a week. I'm sorry I smell bad.
A bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She had a vital clue that led us to the island.
Oh, well, if she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, the one who shot herself, in the head, or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
I'm just sorry.
Stop being sorry for 5 minutes.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy.
I'm self-flagellation.
It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist. A man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior.
Moralism for the win, I guess. Maybe?
Other still, he is also a Mazovian socio-economist who believes in liquidating the ruling class. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know, but he is vocal on both of them.
I just played the character I just reacted to the world how I would. You know, I just gave responses, then I thought about it, and I'm like, what would I say in this situation? That's what I did. So I'm a moralist. I'm a moralist socio-economist.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea. something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Yeah, that bit.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand.
This would be like the equivalent of a decorated military general being like, oh yes, he also invented the cheeseburger.
You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Say nothing. Just let this sink in. Let this sink into Jean, you ass.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness.
Wow.
Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Also, the phasmid was female. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It had gathered items in its nest. A helmet and a scope.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Bowers are built by males of the species who can't afford colorful mating displays physically. This one was plain colored.
It could have been male, actually.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parenthegenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Just a hunch.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense, yes.
Very interesting.
It
Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the island.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment. but still. Quit while you're ahead, or no?
I also started a nightclub in the church.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Yeah, I did some kids a solid, turned their lives around.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
The previous head of the Debardeurs Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrart and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
And I also fixed the strike situation.
How? It seems to be ongoing. I see red banners on the gates.
He didn't quite solve it. He cross-pollinated information between the company rep and Evrart, until the rep came to see that the Union desires war. At which point Mrs. Messier decided to...
What? Hand clear the terminal?
I just told some people some things. No big deal. Things are calmer now.
Sounds like you got played, Harry. Because you were off your tits on Al Ghul.
How do you know about Al Ghul?
It doesn't matter how I know about Al Ghul. What matters is, you're Everclear's messenger now. A union man, as he calls it. He's a mob boss, did you know? Is that why you want us to investigate the assassination of the previous union head thing? To get off Everard's hook?
No, it's nothing like that. He was reckless with information, but ethical. We don't owe anyone anything. This allowed us to stabilize things in Martinez.
God, calm down, Jean.
There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I'm in. At this point, anything is but the drink.
The killer, Lilianovich Dross, we have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
He was not hoping to start a war. Yeah, excuse me. He killed a mercenary in an act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died. Right on the island. And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
It's way more than that. I'll win her back with this. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there, like in your bones or something. It will pass in time.
So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Actually, I have a few questions before we go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
No way, I was a flagellant monk.
You haven't told us about that. You just told us about being a gym teacher.
That does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of found sportswear I've amassed.
The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is, and how you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
What, physical instrument?
God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
You said in Coron, I was a gym teacher there?
Yes, you taught gym in Coron. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Coron is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Assel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Am I a dirty cop looking for La Puta Madre?
No.
No, because a suspect seemed to think?
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Fair enough. Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Some chick? Who?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Not Dora Dubois.
Wait, so we weren't even married?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Huh?
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow. Blonde Welkin.
Oh, God. Wait, how does he know what a Welkin is?
Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
Stop!
I've only seen a picture. It's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Fucking conceptualization, Inland Empire, and pain threshold fucking getting in on this shit.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts.
Oh my
east of the
God.
river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Precinct 41, what kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
We're the bad guys. Duh.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torsen and McLean?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic, though. Torsen and McLean.
An iconic duo, I take it.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
And the Sea Wing is?
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
And Price is?
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
So I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there. Hard. Every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershore. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
Okay, so they are severely understaffed. It'd be like the equivalent of only having one pizza joint for a dish, for an entire county. That's the word. I couldn't remember the word.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
The Phasmid. I need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
Cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine. If we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
Yeah, yeah, especially after the Billy Majon thing.
Watch out, or she'll faint.
Yeah, she'll faint, yeah. Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all this. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective. We just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected in the lens of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come with Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit him. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one.
Yeah, it's like being given a really nice job offer just completely out of nowhere.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Recruit Detective Kitsuragi. Hell yeah.
He's really considering it.
I just got the notification of the achievement below. I'm ready.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
The great district hums in the slowly falling snow. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the white horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
That's it. That's it. That's it. Wow. Feels weird to have it be over, but 6 hours later, wow, this is my longest stream. Yeah, because I am shot in the leg. Wow. Damn. I do not care that the door didn't even open. Robert Kurwitz. Fucking phenomenal writing. Oh. Well, it's over. I've beaten this game. I probably could have cut this in half in terms of 2 streams, but I wanted to get this done. I was invested. So, final verdict. This is the most well-written video game I have ever played. Like, nothing compares. Well, some can, but in an apples to oranges kind of way. But in an objective sense, the sheer density, the sheer realized world, like the amount of realization in the world building, the density of how even like looking at a clipboard could give you notions as to how the structure of the RCM works. The fact that I could even learn political alignments from a statue spoke volumes of how well crafted this game's narrative is. Its world, its people. If it wasn't for a lot of the outlandish concepts, you could have said Martinez would have been a real place at some point, and I would have believed you. It's honestly that good. And as I said, when I found out that the writer for this game has a book, or wrote a book, and it takes place in the same universe. Okay, this is getting... Can I... Okay, I guess you're gonna have to let the credits roll. But yeah, overall, the only downsides is that due to this game being a heavily narratively focused thing and possibly asking for a bit of patience, it's... Okay, so here are all the voice actors. Possibly all the reading and the density of everything could be a little, could be off-putting, but this is a narrative that I think people ought to experience at some point. You know, like, even if RPGs aren't your thing, feels like it kind of needs to be experienced at some point. It has to. And also, I'm giving props to all these voice actors for voicing the sheer fuck-ton amount of dialogue that is in the game. Like, holy shit. Like, depending on the thoughts that you even internalize, you know, like the thoughts that you internalize that continuously, you know, the thoughts that internalize influencing Kim's dialogue at the very end when he's assessing you, it's just... It's incredible. Like, and on top of that, the voice acting does make this game a lot more accessible. Again, a lot of people, a lot of streamers and influencers would say, yes, this game's fantastic, but the problem with it is that it would have had to require a shit ton of reading. Like, if there was no voice acting in this game at all to, you know, supplement and make things a little bit easier for people that stream the game like myself, I would have been drinking multiple amounts of my water bottle every stream. It would have dehydrated the fuck out of me, and it would have been mentally exhausting to read into that much detail. I mean, fuck, I'm picturing somebody with dyslexia trying to read all of that, and it would have been a nightmare for that. So, yeah, fair to say, the final cut is appreciated. The voice acting is a great upgrade, and a recent update even allowed a Polish language thing, so that's cool. But yeah, this has been an experience that I'm definitely going to remember. I'm gonna try my best to even get a bunch of my friends to play it because, damn. And due to the variety of builds you can have and how you can flesh Harry out as a character in different ways, and on top, it makes the game very replayable from the sounds of it. And not even... And you'd think, like, well, it's an RPG. Why, like, surely you wouldn't be able to dedicate that much time. And the streams have been long, but this is a fairly short RPG. Like, Dragon Quest XI, I played that game as much as I could when I got it on the Switch, and I got it up to, like, 140 hours, I think. This, I think the total amount of hours I've spent on it is roughly 40, 50 hours at the most. Last I checked on Steam, I think this was at 39 hours. So, needless to say, this is probably one of the more tame length of RPGs that you can play. So, yeah, it's certainly something that I think can have a lot more replay value, especially considering how different you can build your character. I mean, like, I'm curious about how different things could have gone if I would have been able to preserve the body in the fridge near the bookstore, or if I would have made the savoir-faire check with Andre. Obviously, you know, there's not going to be one build that can let you be able to do all of it quickly, because, you know, you need at least some level of difficulty. You need to be able to gain your experience to build. But at the very least, it shows that they want people to see more of this world in different lights. But yes, this game definitely deserves a lot of respect. Like, holy shit. This is a fiercely well-written video game. Like, I've laughed at this game more than I've laughed at most other media. The dark humor is fantastic for me, because I have a very odd sense of humor, which explains a lot of my streams sometimes, and this is up my alley. This is up my alley like crazy. And this game has also made me feel emotions that I had some occasions where I'd, you know, feel the little well up in my chest after completing them. One of which probably being The Witcher 3, where I got the bad ending. Aw, stress relief dog, and his name's Ziggy. That's a good name for a dog. Anyway, but the moments of trying to help out with the little class warfare between the Union and Wild Pines, diffusing that entire shootout situation, I was legitimately scared. I thought everybody was going to die. Like, I legitimately thought people were going to... Well, I mean, people did die, but... Ugh. This game has made me feel emotions that I haven't felt from video games very often, if ever. So, needless to say, this game is a very special experience. Oh my god, it just dawned on me. This is the sniper's view. This is Dross's view of Martinez. There's the statue, and you look to the left a bit. No, not there. That's the apartments. You look to the left of the statue on the rooftop area, right there. That's where the shot was taken. That set this whole thing off. There's the church. Got Egghead, the track and the beat for Xenotic dance music. And yeah. God, this really feels like a functioning world. Albeit a broken one, but a functioning one. Well, cracked. No. Damaged. There we go. Damaged. Damaged but functional. The world, I mean. Not the game. The game's fantastic. Anyway, if you've made it to the end of this, if you're watching on YouTube, you deserve to probably have a bathroom break. I don't know, go get some water. I don't know, like, you've listened to me for about 6.5 hours playing this game. Thank you? Question mark? Possibly? If you're having this on in the background or something, I'm glad I could at least provide some decent enough background noise. And as I mentioned, I'm thinking if whether or not I would want to do another stream of this sometime down the line. Obviously, I've got other games I want to play, but count for certain in the future, maybe next year, that I can do a stream of this and have the Twitch integration on so that we can have some stream funsies. That would definitely be something. But yeah, with that said, thank you all so much for joining me on this really crazy disco ride. And till the next stream, I'll see you all later. Bye.